everybody! Hello!
Hey.
Lark, exactly, Lark. Hi, Sprinks, thank you for the resub! Oh my gosh, 10 months! Thank you! Enjoy your... Enjoy your emotes. Warrior. I still can't say it. You went to a con! You gotta tell me all about it. Oh my gosh, I love that for you. Hi, Konaki! Hi, Lark! Hi, Aaron! Thank you for the lurk, Aaron!
There's so many people.
I'm so excited to see people! I had a very like needing to see people day, so going to one soon. Nice, Aaron, nice. I have 2 cons in a row this month, so. Yeah, I have 2 cons at the end of this month. Co-host the stream. High exception.
It's what I did. I got the command in. It worked. I'm here.
You showed up. Hi, everybody. I am Ascella Vivace, magical idol, here to make you smile, and I have special guests for Wednesdays, Ace Attorney days.
It's Exception. Hello. Hi, I'm here representing Int TV.
I forgot to give you a shout out last week. I'm sorry.
I noticed it was in the list of all the shout outs I get, and there wasn't one last week. There's one 2 weeks ago.
I'm sorry. I'm a failure.
I lied. There was not one 2 weeks ago. We did not stream 2 weeks ago. I tricked you.
You did. I need to remember to give shout outs. I'm bad at this. Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, what am I cosplaying at those cons? Let's see. The first one, I'm cosplaying Riku from Idolish 7, and I'm cosplaying Ishtar from Fate Grand Order. For one of the craft essences, she has this like cute dress that I'm gonna do. That I've worn like twice, but never gotten like great pictures of. So I hope maybe somebody will grab some pictures of me at the con. And then the con the week after that, I'm wearing, oh god, Nobunaga from Fate. I'm doing Tori from OnStars. I'm doing Fuyume from OnStars. Hopefully it's gonna be done. If it's not, I won't wear him. Shiro from Fate Stay Night, and I'm missing something. What's the other thing I'm taking? Hold on. Oh, we're doing Twisted Wonderland, but we don't know who we're doing yet. That's right. I forgot.
Wait a minute. What the heck? I just noticed something.
What did you notice?
I'm a moderator here?
Yes. You
When
just
did this
noticed
happen?
that?
Yes.
When
If
we
I knew I
were
was a
joking about it like last week or the week before.
Wait, you actually made me a mod
Yeah.
off of that. What?
I don't mess around with
Oh
stuff
man,
like
I could
that.
have banned Risha weeks ago.
Could have. But Risha's also a mod. Yeah, that's how all moderators find out you're mods, is you just show up to the stream and find out like a couple weeks in. How long did it take you to notice, Risha? It took you like 2 or 3 weeks to notice? No, it was longer than that. You found out because I asked you to do something, I think. I was like, hey, can you like ban that guy or something? And then you were like, who, what, who? It's really funny. It's really funny. Normally I only have like 1 mod ever present. So if I keep adding mods, not that I need mods that often, but like, if I keep adding them, maybe the whole chat will be mods eventually.
That's a laudable goal.
Yeah.
I could use a mod or 2 for my streams. Occasionally I get people showing up being like, hello, I would like to spend 20 messages selling you a service to make art that I don't actually do. This is a scam somehow.
I hate that. Yeah, the bots and stuff.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. But we're back, guys. It is Great Ace Attorney on a Wednesday. And we are in case 4, which if you didn't remember, went completely chaos mode last week.
Yep.
How do I even describe what happened? Like, how do I explain? I
mean, if you want, I can try and summarize it in more like the objective terms of what happened. I think you care more about the emotional fallout of what occurred.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll interject with the warrior talk.
The warrior
talk.
Okay. So Seki Natsume has been arrested on the charge of stabbing some random lady, and we gotta defend him in court. And we've been defending him in court pretty good.
Yeah.
But the prosecution has decided, I will be racist now, and be racist, as if he wasn't being racist already. And he has brought 2 new witnesses to the stand, a police officer and his wife, who the police officer is very asleep. So it's mostly the wife doing the talking.
Yeah.
And the wife was like, there's 4 books. But there were 3 books, but there were 4 books.
Yeah, the book
there
thing
were 4...
went back and forth for like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm just like, there were 4 books. It's like that episode of Star Trek.
I was about to bring that up. We tried to con them, but they were not being conned.
Oh my gosh.
And then
trying to gaslight the witnesses. It's fine.
We realized that the 4th book was on fire, and this brought us to the Garadeb's household. But then the jury was like, this is absurd. We are declaring you guilty twice in one day. So now we have to stop them from making the wrong decision.
And we got a to be continued.
Yep.
At a very crucial moment when the jury was like, yeah, F you. And we're like, hey, hold up. I can zoom back out now. I love my zoom. Did it work?
Zoom.
Is it gonna work?
It did.
There it goes. Okay. Sorry, delayed for a second. I was like, what's going on? Yeah, so I don't know where this trial is so much going other than towards implicating something to do with the Garadebs, but I feel like I remember in the middle of last stream when the extra book came up, right? Like the 4th book. And it being burned and everything like that, and being the Lion's Pride, which we'd heard of when we were talking to the Garadebs, which if you don't remember, the Garadebs are the landlords for Natsume Soseki, and they're pretending to be a dude and a maid, but it's actually a dude and his wife is just pretending to be the maid so they look rich and relevant. Which, you know, whatever. That's not the important part. The important part is that they had a knockdown, drag-out fight, one-sided, very one-sided. The wife was getting a little angry. And she threw stuff, and somehow this burned book from inside of their home ended up out on the street in the hands of a passerby that also happened to be stabbed at around the same time somehow. So I have my thoughts on how things may have happened. I hate to say stuff like that. Like I don't like speculation that much. I will say that. I hate spoilers and I don't really care for speculation.
That's fair.
Because I enjoy the process of being surprised by the game, right? Or the movie or whatever I'm partaking in, the book, you know. I generally don't like spoilers and stuff like that, and I don't like to speculate. I like to just like take it as it comes at me, just like, you know. But in this case, I feel like they're painting a picture for us, and whether or not that painted picture reflects reality is always kind of the linchpin kind of a thing in the cases in this game so far, is like whether or not the picture that's actually been painted for us is what really happened. And I think it's interesting that, considering that, right, that's been like the crisis for Ryunosuke because his whole thing is that he's just like, what is the truth and what is justice? So I think now that I've like reflected on it a little bit and I'm not in the middle of it being like, this is so kind of obvious. Now I'm like stepped back from it a little bit and I'm like, oh, okay. You know, maybe they are setting us up so that the reality of the situation and the apparent reality of the situation are like different things again. So who knows? Because they keep doing that to us and give us these unsatisfying endings. And I'm really hoping we don't end up with one this time. But because I feel like it's time for poor Ryunosuke to catch a break. My God, this man, he can't.
We are running out of game for that to happen.
We're almost, yeah, exactly. We're almost out of game. Like, they're out of money. They're in London. They don't have any money. He can't stay winning like this. It just damages his psyche. And like, really, I don't know. The like 3 times emotional damage business going on with this poor guy. Like, good God, I'd have quit by now. Like, I'd have been like, and this is not the profession for me. And then there's Prosecutor McFancy Pants, with him cape and him chalice of justice, or whatever the frick he wants to call it. And he is just the world's biggest douchebag. Like, it's more than a few minutes and I can talk bad. But he is just kind of a dick. So, not really rooting for him. In fact, before the stream, I was like, ooh, Risha, are you coming to the stream? And her response was like, I can't miss you fighting with my husband. And I was like, damn, okay. Am I that bad? But I guess I am that bad about him. I would in fact drop kick him off of a 3rd or 4th story banister railing if I could. So, you know, just a little fall, just a little one. Just maybe break a toe. You know? That's how I'm looking at it. But anyway, onward we go. The adventure of the clouded Kokoro.
Yeah.
We're moving forward. We have just heard the to be continued. And we are about to do a second, I forgot this, a second summation examination, which means I gotta pit my detective skills against my defense lawyer skills and make people into contradictions. So
yep.
I kind of like the summation examinations because while they don't, I feel, lend that much character to the actual main point of the story, right? Like, they don't, they're the jury's opinion, you know? They're the jury's opinion and not not the witnesses or the lawyers, you know, it's the jury, and the jury is kind of secondary. But I like the mechanic of them. I do, in fact, like the game mechanic of the summation examinations, so.
I also think that the summation examinations act as a good sort of way to cut, because like the entire course of the game, you need to like cut a logical path through to the truth by like breaking the contradictions in the individual points with evidence and people's testimonies and stuff.
Without the railroading you.
Yeah. But the examinations, I think, provide a good opportunity to do sort of like indirect, like logical reasoning. Like, instead of taking the pieces you have and making it fit together in a way you already have, you're taking like an outsider, slightly informal, almost intuition-based approach and being like, wait, does all this intuition really work? And you get to like think it out and be like, wait a minute, I've got an epiphany.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I feel like for me, I mean, like, I realize that the logic and the back and forth in these games is kind of elementary in a sense, right? It's not like super difficult, advanced thinking, except when they word it funny or something, and I'm just like, what are they talking about? It's not like it's exceptionally difficult, which is gonna bite me on the ass by saying that. But I think that that's where my brand of logic shines the best, is in the summation examinations. Like, the kind of logic that I use and the way my brain works, that kind of like find the contradiction kind of a thing, and like analysis, like you're saying, that's kind of where my logic shines. So I really like the summation examinations. I'm like, shut up. We're doing them. Prosecution, sit down. All right, so without further ado, we continue. Ahem. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. Please let me do another one. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. Good. Click. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I'm going to be talking so much. Oh, God.
No, we split the jury between us.
We do split the jury, but let's see how much they talk and how much we talk. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. He still looks like Santa Claus.
We are, my lord.
All right. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds, in orange, on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
The orange ground.
The orange ground. Man, I want coffee now. Everybody's like, guilty! Guilty! It's horrible.
Guilty.
The jurors' contentions. If this guy on the end can even hear us, like, I'll be shocked.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
There were 4 books, F.U. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Okay, good. I have hope for you.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Was the window closed? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Okay.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
I feel bad that the jurors don't get paid. That's kind of fucked up.
They really got to invent that soon.
Right? We'll invent that. That's us. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. This is totally pointless. He's just talking about how cold it is. That's all we got.
From a fire?
It's cold, so he lit a fire. Yeah.
No, he said there was a fire.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a bad one.
There was a
So he got cold?
No, I said
he
it's
invented cold fire.
So he had like a fire in the fireplace because it was cold outside because it's winter.
No, I think they're saying that they had like a fire, like a fire emergency.
I thought that he was like saying like, oh, I lit a fire in the fireplace kind of deal. I see. We're doing great with this logic. It's the Ascella and exception logic and reasoning spectacular. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. That's nice.
Even the judge is like, man, those last time were terrible.
With one notable exception, of course. Actually, 2 exceptions, but thank you. Oh,
My
God.
learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony.
I find fault in your everything, sir. You're so... Ugh, God. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, that's us. We mad. We big mad.
So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene.
See, the thing is, let's be real here, that was never actually in question. And I didn't like the fact that we, like, took a side route to, like, say that he wasn't there somehow. Like, why did that even enter into our logic when he already said, I was there, I saw it happen, I freaking ran, but I didn't stab anybody? Like, we could have cut out, like, several hours of this case. You know?
Moreover.
Uh-huh. Oh, come on!
No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Maybe you did it. Maybe you did it. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone in orange.
Orange Stone on the Orange Road.
Oh my god. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Oh god, are you helping me now?
Isn't it obvious?
Like, obvious like your inability to hold your liquor? I don't know what to tell you.
Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need.
Is it all we need? Loser.
Yep.
He's so rude. He's so rude. He's on my last nerve.
Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
I
mean, the method is stabbing.
The method is in fact stabbing. But like, when you think about it, stabbing's kind of a strong word, right?
Whatever happened to those two that we saw on the road that one time and like never were mentioned again?
Oh yeah.
Like the jester and Popeye.
Right? Like, why are they were here and now they're gone?
They're
We saw
up to
them
something.
for 2 seconds.
We gotta drag them into this courtroom and like.
Oh no, is that what we're about to do? Good grief.
We don't even know their names. That would be nigh on impossible.
And there I was thinking this might be hard.
At least Renosuke's in high spirits.
He's doing his best. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh yeah, I'm totally prepared. Nope. Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now.
Slappy.
Slap, slap.
Double slap.
Double slap. Clearly the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. It's called They're the Same Book.
Yeah, but we haven't proven that.
Yeah. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts. Even to the things other people say. Oh, it's going to be like that, is it? See. Here we go. We're ready. Here we go.
Give the man a chair. He needs to sleep.
No.
At least so that when he's back on the witness stand later, he'll be a bit more rested.
He's
just get him a chair.
Just behind us, just swaying in the breeze. The defense's
get him
rebuttal.
Get him a dang chair.
Don't get him a chair. Get him, like, just prop him up against something, really.
Yeah.
Just there's a whole pillar right behind him. Just prop him up against it.
The accused left behind evidence. Oh wait, I already read all these. Sorry, I forgot.
No, you're good. You can read them again if you feel so. If you're feeling feisty.
I'll read them when they're different.
When they're
we
different.
get the
Okay.
pin. When we start pitting it up.
So this one I want to press because he's wrong, right? It's 4 books. But the 3 books belong to our accused individual. But I feel like we might get something out of Mrs. Garadeb from this comment, so let's listen to it first. Press. Hold it! Hold it. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
Makes all the difference. Fight me. There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
And she's over here. It's gonna, like, light up a thing on top of her if she does something, right? And then we just bloop, right?
Maybe.
Oh
But I
my
think it'll
God.
be obvious in terms of, like, expression.
Okay. Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said.
You. That's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
You.
I like this effect where it seems like you're just repeatedly glancing over at her, like, I know what you
Glaring
are.
at her. Exactly.
I know what you're up to.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow.
You did it.
Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
Is it?
Is it?
I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say.
The check's in the bank. And I'm a banker, I would know.
Alright. Hold it! Press! So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face! But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. Okay. That's great.
Yeah, we're so proud
What
of
kind of
you.
response is that? If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? What does that mean? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? No, not really.
I mean, she has a point.
Yeah,
I think this is an argument against doom scrolling.
that's fair. Get off Twitter.
Get
Turn
off Twitter.
Get off Twitter.
Get off the daily news if you're just gonna have an emotion about it and then forget later.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Yeah.
Just do not. She is a modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
In so many ways. And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. You're way too happy about that. You. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? No. You. Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know?
What is this chain of metaphors?
What is she going on about? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Thanks, Susato. Wowie. Wowie zowie. Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. Next one. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime. All right. Press. Hold it. Let's go. This is where we're going to find it. But what about the possibility that the window was open or orange?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
You. How could you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite the sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see?
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. It wouldn't have opened it.
That is the lamest, most ridiculous. Hi, Pianui! Most ridiculous opinion ever. Just thank you for the hydrate. Like, oh, they just wouldn't have opened it because they wouldn't have opened it. Like, you don't know that. The room was full of smoke. They opened the window to let the smoke out. Hello?
Hi.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying he's wrong. You. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? What kind of a weak argument was that? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh no, oops. Oh, sorry. He's so cute. Somehow, I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. We can't present anything, so we just have to press and then hit after we pressed everybody. You. Okay, here's the thing. This statement implies that she knows the book went out the window. You know?
I don't know if you can make that assertion, but I guess kinda.
She says it's what would be if it was in the house and not outside of the house, why would she even bring up the fact that it wouldn't hurt somebody?
Because she doesn't want to seem like a bad wife who throws rocks at her husband.
Yeah,
like
but
like
what
trying to
does it have
downplay
do
the fight.
Case? I don't know. I think it's us. Press! But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as as a loving incendiary bomb. Good grief.
It could.
Whoa, she just hit that dude. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Okay. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? No. Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garridub. Quit hitting that man. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more.
Jovial.
Quit hitting that man! And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Wow. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garridub's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Okay, Susato. Is that a hint? Alright. We press, but like at what? You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What? Yeah, he did.
I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some rarities with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What? That's all we know how to say is what.
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shiny example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
You... Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
You... Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Susato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. So, that's a hint as to pitting, I think, but we'll see. Okay. Push button. Hold it! Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Oh my god, please. Sweats. Sweats. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? What? Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. Oh, it was a fire. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. Where did this come from, Ryunosuke, please?
I think this is just a cultural difference.
Yeah. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, they opened the window. We had to open all the windows to clear it. You. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Okay, Ryunosuke. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. It's the window, my dude. Okay, we're at the end. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. All right, I know what I'm gonna do. All right, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit? Okay, we got this. So not you. Not you. Not you. Not you right now. We gotta work up to that one. This one. This one. Oh, he's changed!
Oh!
It changed!
It changed.
Very nice. Alright. So we're gonna pit him against the center guy, number 3. Yep. Pit. Let's go. Right? Yes.
Objection.
Let's try it. Let's try it. These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Why is he so afraid?
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open.
You want to continue that statement, sir?
Oh!
Exactly.
We walk in.
On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
There
Oh,
she
my
is.
hat!
There she is. Let's go. She's pouring so much tea. Here we go. We just hit space to pursue. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? She got nothing. Mrs. Garadeb. Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. Oh, what is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. Admit it. Admit it. Come clean. Admit it. And what if we did? Bam! Ding. Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Are you serious here? Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement.
Nice.
Here we go. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. All right, now we can move on. So we got that one. We got this one. Here we go. Okay. All right, here's the tricky part. If they've changed their line, do we press again? Is that a thing, or is it just?
You can press again, yes. You can press them again, and they'll say different things.
I see. Okay. I'm gonna press her again.
All right.
Hold it!
Let's try it and just see what happens. Okay. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading. Gasp. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
Look at us prying information.
We're doing it.
We're getting good.
I did. Good. Ding. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Quit hitting people. Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. I don't think I know that. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book.
Oh boy.
Much less the title of it. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Ooh.
Let's go. What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was. The memory I blocked out.
Oh, shit. Ah.
It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
I'm calling her Granny. Yeah, she's gonna love that. Yep. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb or the maid, I'll have you know.
Well, which is it?
Right? The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped in.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh,
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time.
I knew it. I knew that was where this was going.
I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
I knew that's where this was going. No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchet, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined, says the person that throws me around. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. Wowie. Wowie zowie.
That has gone from argument to public execution.
Right? What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Thank you for the hint. All right, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Look at her smiling like that. She didn't just threaten me with a bow and arrow.
Probably did.
All right.
A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Dare I jump that far?
I think you dare.
I'm doing it.
You have a vision.
I'm ready to go. We're gonna try it.
Objection.
We're gonna see what happens. These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. They don't contradict each other, and we're shocked by
Right,
this.
he usually shouts and points and like they contradict, but no, this one was they connect.
Let's go. Juror number 2. Do you think, perhaps, that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my! Whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadub's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadub household to the street below.
Oh, what's this now?
After all, Mrs. Garadub could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I can't make up a voice anymore. I'm just making stuff up now. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer.
Cry more. Cry more.
You give us the yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
I wonder. What could it be?
I also wonder. I would like to know.
Here we go. Here we go.
We are crossing the Rubicon now.
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold
The die is-
accusation to make. But I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Exactly. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadub household to the scene of the crime was... I click. Present the knife. Let's go. I want to examine it one more time because didn't it, like...
It's a knife.
Yes, it's a knife.
Common or
It's hard
garden.
to open it. That's right, the tip was broken. Okay. Back. Alright, here we go.
Oh boy.
We are leaping. We are leaping!
Alea iacta est.
We're jumping forward Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrida. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. Ad break! Wow! It didn't even warn me.
Oh my goodness.
What timing?
It's a pretty good cliffhanger. We just crossed the Rubicon. We're about to invade Rome.
We're going crazy in here.
We are going crazy in here.
I'm so excited. This is so good.
We're about to overthrow the Roman Republic.
Goodbye. By Roman Republic, you mean this crazy lady?
Yeah.
Throws knives at her husband. Everybody, get a sip of water. Get a sip of water.
Yeah. Get a drink. Inhale liquid into your stomach and not your lungs, please.
Oh my god. It's true. Don't hurt yourself.
I don't have anything planned or prepared for the ad break stuff I used to.
No intermission talks this
No
time,
intermission, because
huh?
I'm too intimidated to start the big numbers conversation, because that's like a whole thing. So instead, I'm like desperately looking up like current news involving the James Webb Space Telescope.
Ah.
First result I get is some kind of photo of a black hole, which might have a ring around it, which would imply that there's like a star. Look, I'm panicking here. I'm just spontaneously trying to find info.
We'll take it nice and easy during this ad break.
Okay.
I just want to say I'm really glad that this went exactly where I thought it was going. From the second that I realized that the book was burnt, I was like, oh no. I know what happened here. The knife was thrown out the window. The window was open because of the fire, and the knife was thrown out the window, and the knife got wedged in this person's back. This is our theory. So we could be proven wrong. We're at a good moment to possibly be proven wrong, right or wrong. But I mean, where does it go if this isn't what happened, right? Like where does it go from here? That's always the interesting part, is when it winds you into these situations, right? Into these conclusions, and then you have to like figure out if like I said earlier, like if the reality that's presented is the actual reality.
Yeah, there's sort of this interplay where you have to go from like searching for the right reality by fighting through all of the problems one by one.
Yeah.
But at some point you find something that's like close enough to the right reality that you can switch into like hunter mode, where it's like remove all of the problems with this vision of reality so that the like culprit can't escape the accusations.
Yeah.
And assuming that this is the right view of reality, I think the pendulum is starting to shift.
I am excited. I am ready to go. But what happens if the juror has to become a witness, you know? Like, how does that work? I guess we may find out shortly. All right, we're back. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah. Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. We know. We know, my lord. Remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrida were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrida was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
No, I think she leaned down to pick it up and that's when she got the knife in her back, but okay.
Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my! Ah! Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? You better not lie. Oh! Oh dear. Oh, we've lost her. She
She's
just
down.
fainted.
She fainted. She's fallen. My lord! Oh, darn it. I
Oh.
thought it was juror number 1.
It's fine. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. Certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
You were so ready for it to end with unanswered questions earlier, but that's okay.
Well, I didn't have those questions back then.
Mr. Foreman. Come on.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Nice.
All right. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors call guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Yeah! Yeah!
I say we did a pretty good job.
That was pretty good. Proud of us. Proud of our logic and reasoning. Yes. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
I'm about to end your entire argument.
Uh-huh. Are you...
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
Uh-huh. Because you keep throwing wine.
Oh, he drank it.
Oh, good for
Rare.
him.
Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
God, stop breaking cups.
But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
45 degrees and rising. It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly heard by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb.
You are trying too hard.
Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory, the plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. You are trying too hard. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plot.
Oh my god, he reads the Herlock Sholmes stories. Kill me. No. No, Og. We're fine. There's nothing I can say to that. It's plenty you can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
I mean, I certainly enjoyed doing it.
Miss Susato! Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Oh, that's the part you have a problem with.
Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy. But what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible.
Fine, I'll make like 5 more sentences and then we'll be done with it.
Get over it, fancies. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Oh, she's back. Ordar. Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Normally this would invalidate a jury as being viable for... Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
And unnecessary.
Are you freaking kidding me? He just threw the whole wine bottle. Lord Van Zeeks. Gasp.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine.
Oh my god.
We have 2 perfectly good witnesses right here, and you will finish them before you move on to dessert.
we have witnesses at home.
But Mrs. Garadeb is the witness at home. She's the landlady.
But I want new witnesses. We have witnesses at home.
Don't make me turn this jury around.
Turn the whole courtroom around.
If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
It was foggy. Get over yourself. What say you, witnesses?
Book was on fire, though, so you would have seen the light, maybe.
Could have gone out while I was flying through the air. Raleigh's got nothing to say. Oh.
Yes, sir. Constable Raleigh Beats reporting for duty, sir.
Oh my god. Useless. Useless.
Well, good morning, officer.
Wow, the sarcasm is real.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir.
Good.
Oh, hey!
Cat pig
Hold on, we've
gotcha.
gotten cat pig
Cat
gotcha
pig
for
gotcha.
later.
I've got 3 cat pig gotchas saved up that I need to do.
Oh, fantastic.
I'll post some cat pics for later, yes.
Yeah!
I'll post them on Twitter.
I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared in my beat, sir.
What?
There's a villain?
Oh, they are so heroic, those London bobbies.
Finding a villain. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh my grief. Ugh. Oh, Rolly, my hero. You make me swoon.
And yet, this is the most functioning couple we've had this entire court case.
Alright. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
The London villain, Pianui.
Oh.
Get your act together.
London bobbies.
Oh yeah. He's a bobby. He's a copper. He's a policeman.
He is. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
Why is his hat so messed up?
Oh, I just looked it up. I think they're called bobbies because it's based off of the system of policing made by Robert Peel. So like Bobby Peel, Bobby's people. They're also called peelers for the same reason. Yeah. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, and believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did
And
leave
your
the
eyesight
scene
is
to
so
go
good.
I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
That's it? That's all we got? That's all we got? Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows.
Pianui doesn't know about the Bob emergency.
The Bob emergency.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable. You didn't tell me about the window of a building several yards away. Ah, yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
Jeez.
Maybe you should sleep on that. No, sir!
Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinged casement window?
I also don't know. And you...
I would assume it's a window that opens at the bottom. Like, it opens outward
well,
at
yeah,
the
top
bottom.
hinge.
So the hinge is
I don't
on
know
the
what the
top.
casement part means.
Casement is like the part around it. I'm assuming.
You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. I accidentally put a W instead of an R there. I went like Elmer Fudd. I went
Yo,
warrior.
remarks.
I went warrior. Warrior.
What? Why were?
Warrior.
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 Warrior. A warrior.
This was a whole thing when we were preparing for the stream.
Yeah, and I typoed it too, so it made it worse.
I mean, like way were.
Way were.
Way were. The way were.
The way were. Of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Everything is in this book she has.
It's just like the Home Depot of books.
Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room.
My learned friend.
My worded friend, exactly. All right, I'll try. The black hole thing from earlier. What's
Yeah,
up?
they got a picture of a black hole and it's got the sun behind it because of heckin' the gravitational light diffraction.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Tell us about this, Miss
There it
Rainbow
goes.
Sprinkles.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. The casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. No, I'm not talking about the accretion disk. I'm talking about the gravitational lensing. Like a specific image from the James Webb Telescope, according to a news article on the internet that I didn't actually read in the course of 30 seconds. I know what an accretion disk is. That's just accreting.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. I'm losing it. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete.
Oh my
Next
god, they
time
had
we move
Windows
on
back
to
in
Macintosh.
the 1890s?
We both went
We
to the
did!
same
We both
job.
went there! Somebody clip that. That was good.
This is my favorite stream to be a part of.
I'm having a great time. I'm like, it's Windows 98. It's Windows 1898.
Ooh.
Ooh,
We're about to
fancy
have the
model.
Millennium Edition.
The Millennium Edition. Old people unite in this chat today. Ooh, well, now that he's completed the tutorial, his machine is ready for use.
There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. I am surprised that I went from laughing to that line well read that quickly.
You did it. You did it. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Oh, he's got the sassy point.
That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
Oh, it's a discount Windows too. Nice.
Pirated copy. One of those email,
never
one of those
goes on
mail
sale.
discs you get.
It never goes on sale, man. That can't be! Oh, we're so bad at this. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh my god, please.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Really, my dude? Really? Oh, Rolly, you're so strong!
They're
And you're
hyper
so
cheesy,
dead.
but I respect them.
You know, you gotta love somebody who loves their spouse, you know?
That's that's a really important thing in a spouse.
Especially when they're like being jerks about everything else. Like, at least they love each other, you know? How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Oh god, here we go, cross-examination.
We're losing the painting. We're losing the picture.
We tried.
It's all going wrong.
If you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Here we go. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation.
This
We're
job
bad
is
at
not
this.
good for his health.
Right? Constable Beats report. Here we go. We're gonna press on everything because F this. I'm gonna press you on being good for your word. You're asleep, my dude.
Hold it!
Not anymore.
How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir.
Oh, she might react. Let's go.
Ooh. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it. The reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
Is this legit? He
With the
showed
war
us
card.
that before, didn't he? So, the book. Yeah, is that like a thing that they still do? Is that real? Like, uh-oh. There it goes.
I don't remember the exact technology. So I'm looking it up on Wikipedia right now.
I see.
I think it's like the equivalent of like the police badge, kind of, in that you would show it to a person to be like, I am actually a police officer and not a fake.
Yeah, I see. Thank you, Risha, for the clip. I
Oh,
saw
good,
a
we got that.
notification in my server and I was like, eh? Oh my god. That's so funny. I want to watch it, but then the sound will come through. Whoa. Woe is me. Okay, I did read that line. Good. Okay. Excuse me. Y'all, my voice is like... I did want to say that I can't think of, like... police officers in the UK, in Great Britain adjacent areas, without thinking about Hot Fuzz. Have you guys seen the movie Hot Fuzz? Please tell me you've seen this movie. Exception, have you seen this movie?
I have a hard time remembering movies by their titles, but the moment I look at it, yes, I have.
Is it not one of the greatest movies of all time?
Uh,
It's everybody, everybody out there is so obsessed with Shaun of the Dead, but I don't give two fucks about Shaun of the Dead. Hot Fuzz is so much better. I love that movie. It is one of my favorite movies of all time, and I am notoriously not into comedies. I am notoriously, like, no sense of humor when it comes to movies. But I swear to you, Hot Fuzz is the funniest movie I've ever seen in my life. Is non-stop witticism. It's so funny. And some stupidity, but like, it's just that good, like, British humor. But then, like, it has some heart to it, and like, oh, it's so good. It's so good. If you haven't seen it, go watch it immediately. Turn this stream off and go watch wait, don't. Watch it after the stream. Yes, maybe tomorrow. Yeah. It's good, I promise. Anyway, that was a tangent. Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man is what the job's all about.
And chasing geese.
And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you what Bobby's good for his word.
You don't even wake up!
While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly, sir.
Okie dokie, you're chewing on your chin strap and you're falling asleep. Like, no credibility. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly!
Of course I am, my darling Patricia.
This is so funny.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
Well,
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? This is a long one.
I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my abilities, sir.
Do your best.
There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Oh God, what now? Yes?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard.
Okay.
We're gonna learn today.
Oh boy.
So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal.
Hey yo, let's go!
But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
More evidence. Thank you. I'll try.
That went from the biggest waste of time to not the biggest waste of time.
I'm about to go read it!
Yeah, literacy check.
Oh wait, no, I don't want to present anything. Just let me go look. Let me go look.
You can look, you just don't present
looking.
when you're looking.
I'm looking.
Observe that, we gotta...
Alright, principles of policing. Item number 1, a policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. 2, a patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan Police Regulations. Oh, okay, there we go. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item number 2, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. That's all we got? Okay, great.
Cool.
That didn't help as much as I thought. Cool. Interesting to note. Press!
Hold it!
Tell me about the windows again, please. Enlighten me about your windows. By which you mean they don't open fully. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's it. That's all we got.
They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. They're restricted as to how much they open. He didn't end that sentence with sir.
He didn't.
And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room,
Maybe she reached out of the window and threw it across the street.
or like underhanded it,
Yeah.
would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map.
Thank you for helping me.
You're welcome. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime. On the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Come on, you can do it. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Ayo! Ayo! Hello!
Excuse me.
What you gotta say? Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. He's asleep again. Oh yes, that's Street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? He's asleep. Leave him alone. Constable beat! Oh, he's out. Oh, he's back.
Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Gerda household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. Come on, Susato. Let's go, get your book out. If the Gerda household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Gerda's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of that road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
I suppose it like cuts down the middle because like you obviously wouldn't put the border on the side, and the police officers aren't going to be walking in the middle of a dang like horse crossing road.
Yeah, it's a big road, so it's a good place to divide it probably.
Mm-hmm.
Just...
It also means you don't have to cross it at all either.
Yeah, that's true. Just walk around the block 50 times till you get that 20 miles in. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Thank you so much. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? I'm being as obnoxious as possible.
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. It's good for the effect.
Humble too. He's so humble. Jeez. I think perhaps we could make... Talking is hard. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Ayo,
Hey!
let's go! We're gonna go look
We
at
got
it.
intel.
And now it's my turn, I think. I'm gonna go look at the court record when she starts talking again. Shut up. Shut up. Case. Case file. Examine. Aha. Okay. East side. Okay. Understand.
Oh, the update was to the description of the case file. Gotcha.
Yeah.
It'd be weird if we were just started writing stuff in the case file, just editing it.
You're right. Oops.
Whoopsie.
All right. Time to press.
Hold it!
Patricia. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already, and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry. God. The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question?
The flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us.
That's a meteor, sir.
It would have lit up like a shooting star.
Oh, yeah, okay. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it.
It checks out.
It's true. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any star. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Wow.
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. Sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way. Only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
Wow, amazing.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly. Wow. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Alright,
Final press.
final one. We need
It's
some info.
time to press.
Nothing to report. That sounds familiar.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second.
I don't believe you.
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
He tried. He tried. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Where's this going?
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
Oh, she's gonna open her mouth again.
Oh my god, here it's coming. Oh god.
Like, yeah, this could be our big break.
What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. B, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. Okay. That was a very loud mutter. Yeah, well, you think out loud all the time, so I don't want to hear it. Exactly. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Another dot. I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Well, new statement.
Yep, we press.
Hold it!
Start the presses.
Let's go. Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Here we go.
Excuse me.
Let's go. Rolly, what have you to say about this? Constable Beat, is there a problem? He's dead. Oh, he's back.
No, sir. No problem, sir.
Don't lie to me. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir.
Aha.
I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
Ding. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
She did it. She stabbed the lady. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. What? But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly is so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. I don't think he liked that. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Excuse me, you're on the witness stand. Really? Oh. What was that all about? I want to know too. Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. And so we will. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Van Zeeks is like, what is wrong with you people? what is wrong with all of you people? What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Press!
You mean you dropped your bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes! And I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. They moved the body. They moved the body.
Or wind.
Yeah, sure. Wind. Uh-huh.
Yeah. In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased.
That's right, the victim's not dead. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, this is the very rare not murder trial.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right! Silly me! I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. Can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. Van Zeeks is so done with these people.
A bouquet? Do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Wow, let's add this to the frickin' evidence. Let's go. Oh. Oh, yes, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with odd bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household.
In front of the Garadeb's house?
Although it wasn't noted until this morning, as it lay where the street lamp cast no light.
Dun dun dun.
It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
They moved the body. Person. They moved the person. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record.
Yay!
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back! Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Please. And then we push. This last one we press.
No, we already did this one, didn't we?
Did we? I don't think we did.
Oh, okay.
Or did
Maybe
we?
not.
Did we?
I think we did, because pressing this is what made Patricia angry about us.
Oh, that's right. But does that mean that he didn't finish?
No, I think he finished because we got to the end and then it faded to black and then it faded to Patricia being angry. So I think we've pressed
That's
everything
right.
now.
Okay.
So I think it's a long line of stuff. We've gotten to the bouquet.
So we have to do something now, which is the only option we have is to present something.
Yep.
But what and where? Okay.
Odds are it's the bouquet, because if it wasn't the bouquet, we could have done it already and missed the bouquet.
Yeah.
But what's weird that the bouquet would make seem weird?
We need to look at the bouquet. We need to look at it. Examine. Oh look! It lets us examine it. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes.
Is that a thing
Apparently.
with Susato? Does she just like cakes?
Here's the rose.
Cake fan Susato.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Oh boy. Gosh, 3?
That's so many.
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. This rose is telling us nothing. Yes, Queen, give us nothing. Unless we check the... Does the print have anything to do with it? No.
I think the only thing we know is that it's a rose. It's a bouquet.
It is a rose, and there's nothing else we've got. It's wrapped up. We
Yeah.
already saw that. Okay, back.
So,
So the items that we gained from this were the warrant card and the anniversary bouquet. And oops. Salmon.
we got the rules.
I feel like what happened is that it happened in his side of the street. And he was like, nah, fam, it's my anniversary. I'm not doing this. And he like moved the person and all the evidence across the street.
just dereliction of duty. Just like,
Yeah, he is like,
you
nah.
can't make me do my job. I'm putting the crime scene somewhere else.
Yeah. So we could present the rose on this statement because the rose was moved. Or actually, where's the statement that nothing was?
I think it's the last one. So yeah, here's my question.
Uh-huh.
If you were looking at the crime scene and your wife dropped the bouquet at the crime scene, then why wasn't the bouquet at the crime scene?
Yeah.
And why didn't you know that?
Yeah. I guess I'll try to
Right.
present it here and hope I'm not failing miserably.
Sleeping on the job, are ya? Didn't see that the rose walked up and left? Escaped?
I guess I will
I mean, I
present-
advocate for your plan. I think it's a good idea.
present the rose. Okay.
It's a little nitpicky, but like it's true.
We'll try. We'll try it. It'll get mad at us if we're wrong. You claim, Constable B, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. He's busy sleeping. What do you mean to say?
Maybe he was knocked out unconscious and
Right?
didn't realize because he sleeps. The real culprit just walked up and is like, ah,
The lady.
sleeping on the job, are you?
So the
Stab.
lady fell down. Oh, it's an ad break. Okay, well we'll talk about my theories then during the ad break. My wild
Sleeping
theories.
on the ad break, are you?
Yeah.
Stab.
So I think here's my other theory, right? She slipped on the ice and fell. And then instead of helping her, he stabbed her.
Just murdered her for some reason.
Like, we've established that the knife and the book are from the Garrideb household, and how did they get on the other side of the street? Like, that's what we need to know, is how did they get on the other side of the street? Which means either
So you think
I
she
think somebody had
fell
to
in the
move-
ice?
No, not really.
She fell in the ice, and
Uh-huh.
then the wife left to go call the police, and Rolly over
Rolly.
here was like, wait a minute, you're not dead yet. Walked over, got the knife and the book, brought it over, put it in the hand, and stabbed her in the back after that.
Yes, that's my...
Just to make sure she was dead.
Just to check. He's just
Just
making
to check.
Yeah. No, what I really think that the incident had to have happened on the near side of the street, and then everything got moved over. But you have to wonder, like, how did he move a whole person and 4 books and a knife? Like,
Over a road.
over a big road, right? So then that means that the book and the knife had to have somehow gotten to the other side of the street, which means, like, somebody had to have picked them up and moved them. They don't just walk, right? They don't just, like, get blown by the wind. But
Just a
the
friendly
thing-
stroll.
Yeah, they're just across the street, like the Kool-Aid Man. But, like, I think it makes less sense for the rose to have been moved than everything else. Like, I don't know, it's not adding up. I get that it's not adding up. It's not adding up.
We must confront this not adding up heads first and
Yes.
fight the
must.
truth demons.
The truth demons. Oh, hi,
The
buddy.
truth demons.
The little orange buddy is here. Hi, why are you screaming?
Oh, a buddy in orange.
Little orange guy. He's screaming at the top of his little kitty lungs. You have 20 seconds to scram, little guy. And then we gotta go back to the game. 20 seconds to scram.
20 of them.
He's so cute. He walked off. Nope. There he goes again. Hi, buddy. He's so cute. I love my cat. I love both of my cats. I'm back. Okay. In
Yay.
your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Object all you want! Sorry.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked.
Thank you for making my point.
Why did I object there? That's just a correct statement. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described,
You suck, Fancies. You suck.
no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Wow, you are just the most heartless son of a bitch. Wow. Look at, now she's sad. Meager.
Objection!
Yeah, I object. I do, because you're being a dick. But if that were the case, why did Constable B not testify to the fact?
Ooh.
Ding!
Oh.
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. Cover up, cover up, cover up! No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. Here we go. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round.
What are you talking about?
Your hair. Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, see what I'm saying? It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. He's wiring. Oh, there she go.
Wiring.
He's wiring. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh, I'm glad you're back. Oh, good. Mrs. Garrideb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, thank you, Susato. Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, we got some dings. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason. Don't make me point this out because I don't know where you're going with this.
Objection!
Thank you for the objection.
Ring? You've barely heard the term before.
Get over yourself.
Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. Oh, you're gonna make me point it out. I hate this. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Oh god, I hate this. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the fucking crime? God damn it. Okay. Cool. She was still up in the house, I'm pretty sure, so it can't be her.
I think we can process of eliminate this real quick.
Yeah, so it's not you, it's not you. It's obviously not Shelms. Hi, what are you doing here? It's not the victim. Unless like the victim picked up the items and walked across the road and then fell on the knife. I don't know. She slipped and fell in the ice. I really think it's Rolly.
I think it's impossible for it to be anyone else.
Yeah, I'm like...
It's like the only two reasonable choices for people who are there is Rolly or Patricia. But by both of their accounts, Patricia left for 15 minutes to call the police.
Yeah, and then she came back to the scene being different, so it had to have been Rolly. Oh, this is crazy. Okay, present. Let's go. Take that. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Oh, the rotoscope. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? He's appalled. What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one to... I can't even read this line. There's no one straighter than my husband. Okay. No, Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. I don't think he works for people of London. I think he works for you, Mrs. Beat. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection.
Objection, yeah. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh! And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well!
Objection.
Objection. Here he goes.
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate the policeman as well.
Get over yourself. We're gonna incriminate everybody in this courtroom until you give up. I think you did it.
But your accusations lack one very important thing.
Do they? Evidence.
You claim the crime scene was tampered with,
Yes. I do.
but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
Oops, sorry. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Empty. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
The
Oh
war.
my god, I gotta point shit out again. Oh my fucking god. Help me, save me. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Here we go, in green. Kintu Ryunosuke. And by that I mean me. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. I really think that's it. Because I think he didn't want it to be on his beats, so that he wouldn't have to deal with it. The other thing he could have done is if he moved the book, like...
Those aren't motives. That's not a reason.
Moving
Like-
the book.
Like, why would he? Like, why would he care?
He's trying to tamper with this crime scene for fun and profit.
For fun
No,
and
it's definitely where the victim fell. I'm going for it.
The
I'm going
picture
for it.
is congealing.
Oh gosh. I better be right. I'm right. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
What you say?
Yeah, I just said it.
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel.
your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend.
God, you're annoying.
Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Let's fucking go. Wait, do I just click? What am I supposed to do?
Well, right now you're in a text prompt, so you just
Yeah,
click to the
text
next
prompt.
thing.
Okay. Oh, there's the thing. I'm gonna propose that it took place over here.
Alright.
Like around here. On the opposite side of the road. Okay, here we go! Wait, I can't hit the space bar for this one, right? No, I have to hit present.
Yeah, press R.
Alright, here we go.
Take that!
Take that! But that's...
On the opposite side of the road.
Yes! That's what I said! I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move, the twirl again, was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious! Alright, rolling.
Objection!
Yeah, I can object all you want, but you're wrong.
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard.
Go away.
But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
So Roll is lying. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. Now I want a London fog. Those are tasty. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. This is so ridiculous, but it's literally the only explanation. Like, it's so nonsensical. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook?
Okay, I presume.
Get mad! Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Patricia's life is just unraveling before her. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. Oh, let's go. Is he gonna freak out? Oh, we're about to get it. We're about to get the freak out. Let's go. Oh, he's awake now. He's smiling. Oh no.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
You liar. Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. Is he gonna freak out? I want him to freak out. I want him to do the witness freak out.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed.
Ding. Oh, Van Zeeks, are you having a bad day suddenly, sweetheart?
Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly. Good golly. Good gracious me. Order! Okay, anyway. What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? It's just not dead.
He wasn't
She's
dead.
not dead.
That's just helping a kind lady across the street.
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Oh my god. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say so.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this.
Are you being, like, silenced, Rolly? What?
For damaging the yard's reputation. For everything.
This is weird. This is weird. This is weird.
This is weird.
This is weird. I have a possible explanation. Get wrecked, Van Zeeks. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. Don't give him an out, make him answer. I can think of one reason.
I don't think this is giving him an out. I think this is prying it out of him.
I hope so.
What? How could you possibly know?
Because I'm smarter than you, Van Zeeks!
You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
Okay, Mr. Racism.
To be fair, Ryunosuke has been here for exactly 3 days.
To be fair, Van Zeeks is being xenophobic.
True.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
Even the judge is shutting him down.
Right? Get wrecked, Van Zeeks. Absolutely wrecked. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. We're so cute. Now then, I think you had better show us some, some evidence. Fuck. At once, my lord. England, Japan. Makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. Is it gonna be his warrant book? And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Okay.
Trust your instincts. I believe in you.
So
There's no need to feel uncomfortable here. You know what happened.
There's
You
this.
feel it.
The problem is, which thing do I present? Because there's this, and this is the thing. I think it's both. I'm gonna say I think it's both. Because there's this that explains that he has to take care of what's on his beat. But then there's this that said the victim was found just outside of his beat. So I think it might be the case file that they want to see.
I am going to... You are half correct. The case file, I don't think, would provide the motivation. It just says it was on the other side of the beat.
So, the anniversary bouquet, is that what they want to see? Or the warrant card? Hold on, let me look at it. Because it would be... What gives away the motive? So the motive is the thing that gives away the motive and shows what the motive is for him doing it is the thing that says he has to help with the investigation instead of like just piecing out and getting out of there. But the thing that shows why he's thinking that way is the rose. Is it the map? No, because we've already done the pointing things out on the map. We don't need the map again. Is it the warrant card? Does that make most sense? I'm gonna say it's the warrant card. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here. Like...
Okay, I'll correct you if you're wrong here.
Okay, cool. Am I wrong here? I see why I'm not. Okay. Let's present it and see what the fuck happens. God.
Take that!
You could present either the rose or the warrant card. They both work.
Okay, cool. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? Wow, Judge, are you just not paying attention? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Get wrecked, Van Zeeks. Get wrecked by a rose that you insulted. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
He and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
Are you starting to see it, Van Zeeks? Are you starting to see my ways? When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Go off, go off, go off.
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it.
Get wrecked, man. Oh,
It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh! Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible! But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a cop's job to guard the scene of a crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then...
Jeez.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted... just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat scale. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure that the victim was dead, see?
I beg your pardon. Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God gave me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly! That was all my fault! I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. Oh, you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Oh, information's been updated. Let's go.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think that moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks?
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witness.
Oh.
Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir!
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Oh, one last thing. Oh my gosh.
Sir? Let this be a lesson to you.
Oh, please. Like you're in any position to lecture people.
In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind.
Jeez.
And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say... Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Sir!
We are down to
I'll be taking my Oscars now, thank
I
you
know,
very
that
much.
was good! That was good! I was waiting for the opportune moment to give you your flowers. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, I put a lot into that.
That was good! I was in awe. I was just
There are
here.
particular key moments in this game that I am like angling for making my Oscar plays.
Yeah.
One was Hosanaga's big moment at the end of case 1,
Yeah.
and one was that.
Yeah. That was good. That was good.
Oh.
Froze, yay! And that's why you have
Thank
all the
you.
emotes. That's why we keep you emote abundant. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Thank you for the nod. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally,
He uses big words when he gets angry.
that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Objection!
Objection! No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? Say it. Say it.
Very well.
Say it!
Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You have 20 minutes to finish this trial. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. You!
Take her down!
Get out of here!
Get on the stand! Get on the freaking jail!
Get on the
Are you on the ball? New OxyClean detergent law!
What's the thing where the guy has the thing and he like slaps on the big thing of water? What is that?
Oh,
we've just turned into infomercials.
Tape.
Yeah, the flex tape or whatever. Yeah. Just slap it on.
In order to show you the power of flex tape, I sawed this cord in half.
I cut Van Zeek's hair. Look, I'll just stick the flex tape on there to put it back together. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Oh, dearie me!
Objection!
Objection. Thunk.
That request has already been denied.
He said, nuh-uh, again.
Objection!
Objection, nuh-uh to your nuh-uh. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open, top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. She's so mad. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ah! Come on, fess up. Confess. Confess with all your dots. I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Oh, okay.
No, I have no recollection of saying all that.
You want to start over?
Yeah. I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
There we go. Perfect. Ideal. Stunning. She says, oh, again.
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process.
Wow! Okay, I'll give him this one.
If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
Wow, he cares about justice all of a sudden. And the truth. But that's just a commoner garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? She's angry. Is that her? I guess so.
I think so, yes.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Then take the stand, juror.
Dang. Oh! Please don't make me read
The
so
prosecution
much
does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
He objects to everything but that. Lawyer. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. Whoa! Grudging respect. Let's go. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
The judge is so satisfied with the judicial process. He's like a big fan of it.
He is. He's totally sold on this. That's why he has the
He's
job.
like, man, you see how great this is? We got witness testimony and crazy truths happen. This is great.
Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Good for us. Do you concur, counsels? Uh-oh.
What?
Discord? Oh, there we go.
We good?
There we go.
We good?
We're good. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord.
The moment.
I love that music. That's good music. Oh! What is this angle? This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
He feels it. The truth.
The justice.
The satisfaction. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Your made-up occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question.
You have 9 minutes, Joan.
And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
my god, I could end this right here. But is this the last witness?
Yes.
Oh, the stream's gonna run a little long, but we could probably finish this up.
We gotta wrap this up.
Yeah, there's not
gotta.
enough. There couldn't possibly be enough for another stream. Okay.
Absolutely not.
I have so much to do tomorrow, but I'm okay. Okay, it's okay.
Condolences. Let's do this.
Thanks. Oh dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Aw. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. They're John and Joan. That's so funny.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John!
I am physically incapable of doing the voice as I did prior. That's okay.
You're good. You're good. Just make
I'll
it
add
up as
with
you
it.
go along like I do.
Yep.
Yep. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb.
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes. Quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir, at once!
This is going to be the fastest cross-examination in the history of cross-examination.
Do you want me to, like, help you optimize this, or?
I think we'll be okay, but if it starts looking like it's going to take a whole hour, then we will
I mean, like, I'm
optimize.
not going to tell you to just be like, throw evidence here, but if you want me to, like, give you guidance on where to press to just sort of speed things along, I could. I'm
No,
willing
it's
to do that.
okay. I'll do everything. I'll just kind of
All right.
like,
We'll just stop being distracted by stuff.
yeah, maybe.
No more jokes, we got speed. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. That ballet thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think.
That's it. That's all the testimony. Thank you.
That's
all.
it. That's
so
all
good.
we gotta do.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
Don't judge.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Yeah.
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Van Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Chook. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Katunk. There it goes.
Let's go!
All right.
The Battle of Garadeb.
Press. That's Nice. Shut up. Let me press.
Hold
Thank
it!
you. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs.
Alana.
Wow, Van Zeeks, is this the voice of experience? Like, what are you on about? Well, he's not having it.
I say, what a chap says he can't recall such things. It's common decency not to drag it all up. Besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
A likely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Next comment. Press. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
A most precarious situation you put yourself in.
Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. You have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Cool, next statement. Let's freaking go.
Hold it!
Alright, we're throwing things. Even though the room was on fire, as far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. Thanks, Susato. That is certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel,
Fine.
and
Super guy.
a sponge, a napkin, and something to pursue.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. There we go. Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot! Ah, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every bally. Good grief, woman! We're not at home now. This is court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. I don't believe you. What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Excellent question.
Right? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
I'll take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, hmm?
Your pipe, sir.
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did. Yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Ad break. Oh, are you kidding me? It didn't
Take
warn
the
me.
ad break. We can't. We
didn't
take this
warn
ad break.
me.
Forget no.
Forget about it. It didn't warn me.
Should we just keep going?
I give it its little 2 minutes and I'll sip some water.
Okay.
I'm just why? Why is the ad break gotta be like this?
We gotta get rid of those pre-roll ads so people can watch the stream uninterrupted.
Yeah.
It's important.
Oh well. Is what it is.
It is what it is, what it is.
I have a seam ripper in my hand, guys. I'm not afraid to use it. Don't come near me. I'll rip your seams.
You were threatening to multitask before the stream started because you got all these seams to rip.
I sure was. So I'll talk on this break. So I'm working on a cosplay, obviously. That's what I do. And it's a stretch fabric. It's a knit, like a t-shirt kind of a thing. That I'm working on, and I'm working on the mock-up. So I've made the mock-up and I've sewn it together with somewhat wide zigzag stitches because I'm gonna serge the whole thing when I'm ready to actually make it. But now that the mock-up is done, I have to take it apart so that I can use the pieces to cut out the pieces for the actual shirt. So I am having to seam rip the whole thing, and it's all these tiny little zigzag stitches. They're not tiny, they're pretty decent. But like, when you've ripped like a couple feet of them, you start to wish that you hadn't used a zigzag stitch. But like, what else was I gonna do? I couldn't have used a straight stitch, or it would have not had the same, like, it wouldn't have been the same. So I had to use the zigzag, and I kind of regret it a little bit, honestly. It's gonna be cute though. I'm kind of excited about it. I need to like actually make some time. That's what the rest of the week is gonna be. I'm gonna work on my shirts, and then I have to make a pair of shorts, and then I get to be cute. Oh, and I need to do my wigs too, but that's okay. I'll figure that out. Oh well. Anyway, that's my story about why I was threatening to multitask on the stream, because I have so much seam ripping to do. So much seam ripping. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, back. Okay, go ahead.
We're back. We're good. Okay. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Huh. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account.
Could be important.
It's important, yeah.
It's important.
Dang, we're very... The defense believes Mr. Gyarados' remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
Oh, fuck off.
This war veterans wars only tells us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Okay, you want to be poetic right now, or?
Right?
Sentimental wisdom, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Add it. Indeed. Common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Ew, it's got his saliva on it. Gross. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Wow. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Ding.
We got a pipe.
You got a pipe. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Let us, in fact, examine it. Cool.
It's a pipe.
It's a pipe. It's a broken pipe. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrideb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrideb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that or he can't afford to replace it. A nick of some kind. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look! It appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. Aha, that's what I thought I would find in there. A knife tip. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? Oh, whoa, what's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely. It couldn't be. Let's go.
Let's check that knife out.
Let's go back. Go to the nick here and examine it. Not a whole lot to it, but it's there. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade. Yep. A murder weapon that is not a murder. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. There's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. You are just losing it, sir. Perhaps, in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. Right. Sure does look like a piece of metal. Good job. So let's go look at the knife, because that's where it probably came from. Let's open this bad boy. And take a look at that broken tip. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it is missing. I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. Yes, and just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit! Somehow, I just knew it. Cool.
All right.
We're good. We've established that. Keep going. Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garrideb. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Which will be, this is the last statement? Next to the last statement. I'm gonna press, but I'm pretty sure I can just present this knife.
Hold it!
And just get over it. Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
To say, really? Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle. You know, that sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leatherwork.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. We have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and fork. What the fuck?
I don't know, Joan. We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage.
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still.
Go on with your testimony, witness. Sir!
Last statement.
I think we should prove it.
I think we should prove it. Should I
Let's
even
just
bother
prove it.
pressing?
Don't bother pressing it. They'll just complain and then we'll go to the thing that we get at the end of every testimony. Let's just prove it. We've got the
Present
proof
the
right
knife
here.
tip, right? We could probably
Yeah.
present either the knife or the knife tip, but I'm gonna.
Well, I think the
present it.
knife tip is the object in question that like is new and specific to Garadeb.
Yeah.
Get him.
Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can't.
He used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course. Well, that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a B from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must D very dizzy. I hate this.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Cry.
Interesting.
Cry about it.
And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Hi, Faye. Hello. Thank you for the lurk.
Hey, hello.
Everybody congratulate Faye on the new model. And Faye
Yeah,
and me
you're, like,
both got
new and updated.
models. Hold on. Let me give you a
You're
shout
modernized.
out. Everybody go check out their freaking amazing new models. They're so cool. They're beautiful and matchy-matchy and just so cute. Love to see it. There we go. Everybody go give Faye a follow.
Yeah.
No, did I hit it twice? You should be excited. They're freaking awesome. They're so cool. I'm sorry I couldn't like stay for more than a second yesterday, but they looked really nice. I am.
What?
Get over it, Van Zeeks! When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Oh, she's standing on a box, for God's sake. And his coat is burned in the back and his underpants are showing. Dear God. help. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. This is easy. I got you. Present. Oh, mother. Wait, I don't have to
Bring
like
it
open
home.
it and present it, do I?
Y-
Like
no,
they did that
no,
one
you
time?
just present
Okay.
it.
Take that!
Cool, take that. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. The worst part is imagine getting stabbed by a blunt knife. That's even worse.
I mean, maybe that's why she didn't die.
Yeah, maybe that's why she didn't die, but maybe that's why her body is just like so traumatized that she can't wake up.
True.
It was just like, hell no. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that's missing.
Common issue with the inferior blade sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victims' bodies.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Objection. No! Oh, that's what he said. No, that's not the case. I love it when he exclamation marks, but he doesn't look like he's exclamation marking. It's kind of great. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Oh, that was delightful. Good grief. Lord Van Zeeks!
Believe it.
Believe it.
The knife from the crime scene. This fragment of metal. Perfect match.
In orange, no less. Good golly gosh! Wow, I thought I was the only person that said that. Nice. Good job. Or Dar! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? I'm sorry. We've gone through devil worshipping or whatever, and now we're looking at Eastern sorcery? Like, what the hell? This game is
This
bizarro.
is no magic, my lord.
This is just geometry.
This is a miracle.
A miracle. Oh, okay. So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Best thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught.
Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Oh no, she's shaking. She's shaking again.
Oh wait, I couldn't tell.
Which one is it?
Both their mouths are moving constantly in this. I got
Right?
confused.
It's just oh dearie me from both of
I'm
them.
pretty sure it's her though.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. That might be me.
We still don't know. We still don't know. May as well be both of them for all we know.
Right? In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh! Oh dear! Oh! No!
Oh!
Objection!
Objection. Oh my.
A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that.
I hate you.
A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage.
You're gonna throw your wine again.
Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
In orange. Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. Bottle, I feel, is corked. Because you see,
Ah, not the leggy.
it's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency.
You are so over it.
I am over his leggy.
You are so over it.
An insurmountable what? Lord Venseeks, explain yourself! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord.
Yep, leggy. Why are his shoes so clean?
The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
She was bending down to pick up the book that fell. Come on. Yes, in her. Ah. Wow. That's right, you silly little man.
Now, John, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more.
I'm considering them.
The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above,
I got this. Oh.
there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
The problem with him is that he's delightful, but he's also just too much of an asshole for me to find, like, joy in. Got a nice outfit, though. Poor Dar. Quite right. You see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well,
He's lost for words, look!
I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
I don't know, though. What really did happen?
It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. I don't think so.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it can end. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
Yeah. Oh no! No, come on! We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. You are! But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency.
Renowski's not on the other. Renowski's not used to being on the other side of one single inconsistency. Because he's so used to one single inconsistency that he points out, destroying everything the witness, secretly the criminal, or the prosecution's made. But on the receiving end, he doesn't know what to do because he thinks that one little inconsistency is what destroys
The case,
stories, what
yeah.
destroys pictures.
Or, in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Thank you, Susato. Miss Susato! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
We got this. We know what we need. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend.
Give me like 30 seconds, my dude.
Well, your silence speaks volumes.
You know what also speaks volumes? Your freaking wine bill.
A tacit a tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
I'm glad someone else is like me, that like when you say something wrong, you just kind of have like a momentary breakdown.
You gotta let it all
reset
out.
You gotta reset. Oh my god.
Objection!
Objection with my head down on the... Objection with my head down. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Oh, I love this. I love this. This is so cinematic. Yes! Objection, yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back.
Objection! I agree with you.
Under normal circumstances, that is.
Ah. What are you implying?
That you're not the only abnormal one here, Van Zieks. Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. It's the book in her hand. It's the book in her hand. Goodness!
Utter madness.
At least you're not going to jail because it was an accident. Surely this must be the last time.
It is.
Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is occasionally the case where the final piece of evidence is a victory lap.
This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is this picture.
Bring
right
it
here.
on home.
This picture right here. I'm gonna examine it. Yep, that's the one with it
Alliance
in her
Pride.
hand.
That's the book.
That's the book. All right, here we go. We can present the photo, right? Not the book. Am I right?
Yes.
Take that!
We'll take
You can
that.
present both.
Okay. They keep doing that to me. This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
Yeah!
Let's go.
The burnt book.
Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as a part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But, what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
Da, da, da. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gerardeb household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Do we know that? Okay. Yes, at exactly that moment. I don't think we ever established that, but okay. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Gerardeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? I'd have run the other way. Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Dun dun dun.
Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book. Ouch. It's in so deep. Ugh. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! Oh my god, every reaction is killing me.
The other direction.
He's so mad.
The constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Gerardeb, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There they go, Dean.
Poor Mrs. Gerardeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Wow. John, dear.
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Oh, she passed out again. Okay, bye. Aww. He did his best. He's trying. He's doing his best. That's fair. They're so silly.
Yeah.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Gerardeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what would easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Oh my god.
He's back.
He's back. He's not doing well, but he's back.
Yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. But not to Ryunosuke, that's fine. That's fine.
No, it's me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman was just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed, too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help for the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks, wow, and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. You don't want to hear it? Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know? But I know what her decision would be.
Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work?
Well, it's about time.
I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yay. Ding. We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
Won.
Very well. Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Yay. We had a real trial. It happened.
There is still a level where this isn't like satisfying because there was no real like grand mastermind murderer. It was an
Yeah.
accident.
But better
was like
that
trial
than
two.
her actually like dying. So
Very
I'm
true. Very
satisfied.
true. But she was never going to be dead in the first place.
That's probably true. And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes, Lord sir.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Yay.
We win.
We did it.
We are winner.
Oh my god, there's still the end scene though.
Condolences.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we should start these earlier. Oh, Locum. His name has gotten incredibly short.
Right. Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another locum here?
Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh wait, it's you.
Oh, at last, I'm free, I'm free.
Wrong person on screen for the text, but that's fine.
Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. Hear the hearty happiness, hurrah!
We're going through the whole alphabet. Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely Locum lawyer!
Yes.
I mean, as I said before, I've just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, Locum Lord, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those battling British. You battled to the bitter end and laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best bastard ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering. And we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows.
Oh god.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
He's like, I'm here to testify, and we're like, sir? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh!
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
Oh, honey. It's just finished.
What? No, then my haste was in vain?
Yeah, go back to bed.
Ah, it's you! Sherlock Holmes!
Good grief.
Oh, have we met, sir?
You're just having to do all the work right now. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you bet I do.
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Do they give Oscars for overwhelming effort?
Yes, they do now.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first.
I've created one and it's going to you.
Thank you. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
It's all your fault, Sherlock Holmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
Do it. Fight him.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not?
Jeez.
Ah. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We're all but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
Wow.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing.
Well,
Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really. But
uh-huh.
that was quite priceless.
Poor Soseki-san.
Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and by the Reaper now. I'm paraphrasing, I don't care.
You're fine. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what making that man in court means.
Good luck, buddy.
Even if you're found not guilty, you're still...
It will be all right,
sorry.
Mr. Natsume.
I thought he was about to be like, it will be a disaster.
If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya, wow, we just got flipped. Cool. With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. What a heckin' autosave moment. Oh, we're back right side up again. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh,
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
that's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms,
Sholmes, don't say it.
you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse?
Oh, it's gonna say.
That's the nothing at all.
The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read.
Good, couldn't it?
I've read one of his books. It's one of my favorite books of all time, actually.
Neat. And what about Miss Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
We're sticking around. Sorry? What about us?
You're on case 4. The game's almost over. Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. We have nowhere to sleep, but we're good.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right. But we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
That is not good. Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh god, why? Oh, the windowless room.
Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
And walls.
And walls!
Bonus walls. Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Wow, thanks. Oh my, an evil spirit.
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
It's the cat. We'll think about it if that's alright.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative.
Are we gonna stay with Schultz?
Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
He is so cheap! I love that. Really? Sorry.
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
It's because Ryunosuke was the luggage.
Yeah.
He was. Oh, this is simply wonderful.
No, wait, we do have evidence that Ryunosuke brought with him a Dharma doll.
That's true. That's all he brought.
Yep.
Not even a change of clothes, just a Daruma, and that's it. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's the attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Wow.
Then it's settled.
Wholesome.
Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening.
Wholesome.
And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
Oh god.
I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Oh, she's so cute.
Locum. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
And now I'm leaving by. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Or a lawyer.
Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author.
Or a wather.
Author.
Oh, Otho.
Well, my dear fellows, our carriage appears to have arrived.
Let's go.
Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
Yay, we did it! And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. That's cute.
Hey, can you turn off the ads real quick?
No, it won't let me.
I'll let you.
It won't let me. It's not giving me the prompt. I'm watching
Yeah,
for
okay.
it, but it's not giving me the
All right.
prompt, so I can't turn
Good
it
luck.
off.
We'll be on the lookout.
The attic room. Cool.
The attic room.
Sure is a room.
Look at this. Hey, look, a shovel or spade.
So this
I can't tell the difference.
is to be our new office. Yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Snoozed.
Yay!
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Oh, look at him!
Jacketless Sholmes!
Let's go! He looks good! Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Oh no. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. Oh, that's cute. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us.
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
What? Sorry?
London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. The brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows.
Dang, that serious face kind of hot. Excuse me, Sholmes? Excuse me? Sir? Excuse me? Sorry, I'm having a moment. Give me a minute.
No, that's fine. I understand.
Woo! Pardon me. Shadows? What do you mean?
The first not smile in a non-joke setting.
Right?
Well, I believe you are well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London.
I like serious Sholmes. I could get behind this.
Yeah, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see him turn this way. It's gonna be great.
Let's go. What? Oh no, not the foreboding. No. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Did we get an outro on this one too? Just end? Okay, no outro. And
We made it.
we did it!
We did it!
Yay! We got bonus Sholmes. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, and it's Sholmes? Oh no. Oh, because we start with an investigation.
Yeah,
I
that's just what happens when you
see.
start with
Okay.
investigation.
We go back. Oh, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah, it's gonna be fucked up. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. All right, guys. We're back. We did it!
We did it!
Woo! We have finished case 4. We have 1 case left in this game. We're doing pretty good, actually.
And then 5 more cases in the next game.
And we'll survive somehow.
Yeah, we will.
Somehow.
I believe in us.
I am dying. I'm going to go to bed. Do you have anything exciting coming up? I should be back on Monday. Sorry about this past Monday. We had someone that couldn't make it, so we canceled the stream, and I just forgot to post that the stream was canceled like a dummy. Sorry, guys.
That's okay. It's fine.
It was a very long and tiring day. But I'll be back next Monday. Yep. Oh, come on, ad break. Snoozed. Yes, continue. I'm sorry.
In terms of me stuff, as far as specific content, I cannot say, but I am starting to finally form and congeal a schedule and a regiment and a routine. You may have noticed that I have been on a stream for the past 4 days in a row.
Woo!
I might be reaching my limit. There might not be a stream tomorrow, but
oh, no!
I'll try. I'll try. And this is ushering in, hopefully a new era of just me streaming a lot, because it's what I like to do.
It is fun. It is a lot of fun.
Priorities will be continuing war games so I can convince the world that Homeworld 3 is actually a good game. It's an uphill battle. Armored Core, because I'm part of a community now, the Rubicon Fight Club, and all the fun fights that happen there. And I'm gonna try and get some of the other members of InTV to at least collab with me,
Yay!
if not them having their own streaming times.
I need to show up on one of your streams sometime.
That would be lovely, but that's what the Factorio thing is for. That's our plan.
Yeah. We'll do it. We'll figure it out
We'll
when that
do
rolls
it.
around. Yeah, because I got
We're about 3 months out from that.
My situation should settle down briefly in September. I still have like 2 major cosplays I need to finish by December, but like one of them is like at like 70% done already, and the other one is a fur coat.
Yeah.
I'm making a fur coat and I live in a hot place. It's great ideas. Yeah. But the chaos should settle down because I do not have all the lead up that I'm working with right now to one that I work for, which is what all the stress and the difficulty is that I've been guesting and running things, and that takes a lot out of a person, let me tell you. So that should settle down and I should be a little more apt to do fun things, I'm hoping soon. Yeah. I'm excited!
Yeah.
I'm excited to see your schedule, and whatever you decide to do, I will support you.
The schedule will not be complicated. It's just going to be noon Pacific, Sunday through Thursdays.
Everyone go, follow.
With holes in it as I see fit to rest.
Definitely always rest, because when you don't, it's bad for you. I don't know how people can do these like multi-day subathons where they don't take breaks and stuff like that. I'm just like, I get that the hustle is real and that it helps you grow, but also like your health, your mental health.
I'm compelled to try.
Health.
I just don't really have an occasion to.
I don't think you need an occasion, really. Just
I need to plan something.
Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta plan something, but like...
I don't want to be sitting there for like 48 hours nonstop if no one's going to be there because it's not a thing.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just like... I'm not that interesting, guys. I hope I can get back to streaming a little tiny bit more soon, but the situation does not allow right now, so...
Don't worry, come Factorio, I'll drag you in.
Oh yeah, we'll play
That your
Factorio. I
reasons.
will learn. I have to watch out for it to be... They're doing just an update, right?
It's an expansion pack.
Expansion pack. Okay, I gotta...
Like a classic old style, just they stapled a game into the game.
Did I add that to my... It's on Steam, right?
For the base game, yes.
Is it not in my wish list? Hold on.
If it's not, and you put it in there, it won't be missing for long.
Oh no!
I will make sure.
Is it in my wish list? It's on my wish list. I did it. Okay, cool.
I mean, if you're open in September, we could do some like casual shenanigans in the interim. There's
I
hard
see.
space I was recommending.
I see. We
Yeah.
don't have any plans to take part in a sale. Okay, that's cool. Sometimes your game is just spency, and that's okay. Yes, we'll hit
Oh yeah,
we'll
Factorio
figure it
devs are
out.
morally opposed to sales.
Are they? That's funny.
Yeah, they don't agree. They don't believe in corporatism, so they're like, the price of the game is the value we think the game is. It is inflexible. If we add more to the game, we might raise the price, but no, what you see is what it costs,
That's fair.
which I appreciate immensely.
Yeah.
I respect the heck out of it.
Yeah, it makes sense. If that's your business model and you stick to it, then good for you. You know? It's the hustle, more different hustle. All right, then I guess we're out of here. I'm gonna go collapse into a heap, and sleep a whole lot, oh, I did want to say, if you are watching this and you like cosplay, check out, if you have not yet watched the Anime Expo cosplay contest from the other day, from over the weekend. There were some really, really, really good performances. So like, if you like cosplay and you just don't like keep up with it, you only watch it at cons, you don't really like sit down and watch streamed ones, go check out the AX one. It's freaking phenomenal. One of my favorite fandoms was represented, and I was so excited to see it. And it was just lovely, all around lovely. So go check it out. That is my parting wisdom for the evening. Go watch you some cosplayers doing cool stuff. That's all I gotta say. Hopefully someday I will be one of those people doing the cool stuff again. Yep, that's all I got. All right. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Bye-bye.
Farewell.
Thanks for joining me for the Great Ace Attorney Case 4. Woo! And Sholmes without his jacket on. Thank you, baby Jesus.
Yeah.